Alright, so hello everyone. I'm going to be casting some of the World Desert Championship Sand League recorded games from the round of 32. And the Sand League is basically the Kiddies League for the people who didn't, or the teams that didn't make it into the top league. So let's bunch more teams play, and there is still glory and some prize money to be had. And some of these might have been casted. I think many of them have not, and they should all be on the current patch, so we shouldn't run into any issues. Hopefully. We'll see. And we're going to start with the oldest ones. So that would be the Czech team versus... or Czech-in is what it's called. Yes, that's very clever. Czech-in, alright, yep, versus Kartoffel Crew. So that sounds like a Czech and German team. And we'll go right into that. This is a map hack game. I will load the replay, hide the overlay, and we're ready to go. Let me know if the audio balance needs fixing, but I think we're pretty well set up here. So, here in the warm colors, we have the Czech team. Ooh, my middle mouse button is not doing what I think it should do. Oh well. And in the cool colors, we have whatever I said the other team was, the Kartoffel Crew, so probably a German team. And the map here is Thar Desert, which I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. I don't think it's pronounced Tar, actually. I think it is pronounced... well, I would pronounce it Thar just because of the TH. I've got some deer pushing here. So basically, there's this body of water on the side that extends here into these areas. And players can wall it off. They can also build docks back there. I don't think... well, we'll see, we'll see. I haven't seen any of these games. I've only seen the main event games. And there, I don't think water was ever that important. We'll see how it plays out, though. That's a backwood. So each team is sort of in a line here. Let me quickly just set up a few more things while the game is slowly getting started. Yeah, I'm going to briefly pause this. Let me just get my mouse and everything set up. There are a couple things I need to make sure are correct. Give me a second. Auto mouse lock. Yeah, I want to run that. Cool. And I want to close this. Alright, and we should be set to go again. And I might end up, since we have a fair amount of wrecks, we're fast forwarding through the Dark Ages somewhat. You'll excuse me if I do. Maybe the first time we have each map I won't, so that we have some time to talk about them, but we'll see about that. And let me get some more useful villager. That's the useful screen, isn't it? We don't want resources, we don't care about that. We want to see this one. And well, I guess we could look at the civs. Now they don't, when the players went into this, this was a map pack game, so they didn't know which map they would get. Consequently, having Britons and Bulgarians close to the water has no particular significance. And we are seeing the first dock here, next to some shorefish. I am going to speed up the game slightly while we wait for players to get to the feudal age. Let's... I think the right strategy is, in fact, at least for one player to go for the water here. That's what we've usually been seeing. Do we have any team walls? Nothing really resembling that. The beginnings of some walls here. Rudimentary walls. These fishing ships do mean that Dratek here is ahead on the villager count. Alright, everyone's scouting, not seeing any garrisoning. Putting the lumber camp in a very efficient place, that is always a good idea. Oh, a back dock. That is interesting. And also I'm seeing a drush. No, a tower rush. Although this is the watchtower, yeah. Just upon reaching feudal age. Do we have any other aggression coming in? We have also a tower is coming in on this side, I assume. And what kind of counterplay will we see? Nothing yet. We're seeing the second tower. Alright. These villagers are slightly late. Will they be able... I mean, they can tower the gold. There's no one on the gold right now. They can't easily get to the wood. They are going to tower this area. Might be able to range the berries, actually. Alright. This has successfully denied the berries. There's a counter tower on the stone. That makes sense. To secure enough stone for defense, given that this stone is now denied. Still no contesting the water, so this will be a nice eco boost. We're seeing a third tower coming up. This defensive tower is being built slowly. This tower was successful here, but we see some scouts coming in. These are now men-at-arms. And this tower is also aiming to deny the stone. And potentially deny the wood, because you don't have that much close wood on this map. Alright, we've seen the counter tower here. And we're seeing a counter tower here as well, which is going to get up in time. Maybe kill some villagers here? Well, no, they're going to be forced to retreat. So this tower, yeah. It's not going to be happening yet. That being said, this still denies the wood and the stone. Do we have anything else exciting happening? A nice farm eco there. Alright, these villagers are still looking for places to put towers, but there are now several archers here. I mean, if they distract enough, they might be able to get it up. Oh, and garrisoning in the tower for protection. This tower is slowly losing the fight. This wood line is getting rapidly depleted. Alright, we did get another tower up here, it seems. These villagers are now going, they're going to tower the fish, potentially. What have we got going on here? So far our warm team here, our Czech team, has not been able to do much aggression of their own. The fire ships can go on this terrain. They're checking for anything, but there isn't anything back here. I mean, they successfully... I do like the fish boom, but I don't see much counter pressure. Alright, the archers are here. Is this going to be noticed? It is noticed. It is noticed. Meanwhile, we have scouts coming out here. This house is going to go down. That doesn't matter at all. So I think that the plan is even just to deny early wood here. But of course, there's plenty of wood to retreat to. And I don't know if this early pressure is really going to pay off. Alright, this doesn't really matter, especially given that they've got here too. These villagers are looking for a new place to tower. This wood line is already gone. This would be the place to tower, but actually there's even a scout there who could tell them that that's the place. Got an archery range up here. How's the aggression here doing? Alright. If we look at overall kills, not too many yet. This is when you need a galley here. Does anyone know what's going up to castle? Right. Towers, still more towers going up. It's not really denying anything except a farm. Yeah, this is of course what you should do if you're being while your wood is being towered. You just retreat back. All right, we have archers. Oh, and a lot of scouts. Scouts are being chased though.
Yay.
I don't think yellow can take this fight. How are the upgrades? No. Should be cleaned up, although it ends up being pretty even with the extra archers helping out. Alright. Meanwhile, we've got this forward here. That tower doesn't matter. This tower is denying the TC. Now we have yellow, red, and green all clicking up to Castle Age. Oh. Oh. Teal managed to sneak up a tower back here on the wood line. And there's some skirmishers, which aren't going to do much to the villagers. But we do see a villager go down there. Alright, purple is also clicking up. Alright, we see some scouts coming in. What I wonder is if the water will end up being the fact that yellow and red have had basically uncontested water, whether that will matter in the end. There isn't that much fish. This tower, he's gonna go down.
Ready.
Or maybe not, but they're still waiting. Alright. We see an archer in the wood line there. That's a nuisance. The villager's gonna fight the archer. Overall, though, yellow is now up to Castle Age first, so we're gonna have to take a look at what... that's a dead villager. Because the villager's hiding under the tower. This is when you need murder holes. Well, it's not worth getting murder holes for one archer. So we have yellow going for another TC on the back on wood. And knights. The knights are going to clean up the skirmishers easily, of course. And alright, we see more TCs coming up. Wait. Alright, this castle might be able to clear out all the towers if it can go up without being too many losses. Let's see, yeah, that could be alright. Here, no action happening here. Fish is still uncontested. These towers, this tower went down. And the castle is up. And the first tower goes down, so yeah, the towers will melt to this. Especially given that these are still feudal watchtowers. They don't have the health boost from reaching Castle Age yet. Nor the guard tower upgrade. So yeah, they'll go down quickly. And now I wonder... I think this is basically... This is cleared. Now I have crossbows in here. I think this is when... Yeah, the issue here now, of course, is that the whole Czech team is in Castle Age already. Has plenty of knights. And if we look at the Vil situation, it doesn't look pretty. Doesn't look pretty for our Kartoffel crew. These knights are just diving. They've got quite a few picks. Gonna get more. If we check over here, alright. Archer and Mangonel's here. Towers are all down. And this TC is being pressured. Now Snippy did make it to Castle Age, but there are no extra TCs currently. And there is no military that I can see to speak of here. Oh, there just straight up isn't any military. Some crossbows somewhere. Over here. Wait. No. Snippy. No, just he never made military. That's a Krepost, which will come up just in time to save the team. No, it won't, because it can't range use my canals. And I don't see any conics coming out either. I think this is GG. This is a mess. Green is still doing alright, but yeah, that's GG. Alright, so I'm just gonna click through the stats. We're not gonna comment on them too much unless I notice something unusual. If we look at the KD, well, I would argue, yeah, no, I'm not going to argue. That's no stone here, interesting. So, am I going to bother? Now, you know what, these games have been played for a while now. I'm not going to bother hiding when I pick out the next things. Let's just head to the next game. So game 2. Oh boy, the name is too long because we now have the 2.1 and 2.2 games. So that's 2.3. This one is 2.2, and this one is going to be 2.1. That's the one I want. That's on Gobi. So, in the World Desert Championship, the second point is a mini best of 3 1v1s, if that makes sense. So, whoever gets the second, the team that gets the second point is the one that wins this mini 1v1 set. Best of 3. So this is Gobi, which has some bush forests, and the central area where all the stone is locked away in trees, and also difficult to wall wood lines, because there's some ice here around them. And we have Manu and Concur will be facing off against each other. These rocks are just aesthetic. There is in fact no stone on the outside. And all the gold is on the outside part. And this is probably not wallable as well if I'm reading this terrain correctly. Alright, so we see forward lumber camp because these bushes are actually 100 as well, but depending on your situation, you wouldn't need to go for the center that quickly, though if you want stone. Alright, so we've got Mongols and Huns. And you have to remember also that when there's a set map rather than the map pack, there is a map pool, civ pool, sorry. So Gobi has area appropriate civs, such as the Mongols and Huns here. I will once again forward through a bit. Observe some nice deer pushing here. Let's check up on Manu. Alright, also pushing deer. Alright, I see a large number of villagers. Where are they going? To wood? They're building a barracks. Meanwhile, here we have the walls coming in. Well, that scout is a dead scout. Alright, so both are going for a barracks, and then probably an archery range or a stable next. Let's say reach feudal. These villagers are going, they're builders. They are builders and they're going forward. So we did scout the TC, of course. Where are these builders going? Alright, so we have a preemptive spearman coming out here. We have a man-at-arm coming out here. Where are these builders going? They're gonna run into a wall. They're going to run into a wall. And they've been spotted as well. Alright, what is this? Let's get our militia versus spearman fight. The militia isn't that much better, honestly. Not with its Dark Age, not the Dark Age militia. In fact, it's worse. Well, it has one more attack, but... Well, this is a disaster of a tower rush. Yeah, these villagers are gonna go down and are forced to withdraw. I don't think any of them are gonna make it out. Oh, no. Was that worth it? No, because Manu is now quite behind on villagers. Alright, well we do have spearman fight here. There's still a villager there, which the scouts might not see. But overall, hello. Yes, I'm casting a bunch of recorded games from the World Desert Championship Sand League, which is like the league for people that didn't make it into the main event. It's the team game tournament. Just thought I'd look at the recordings. And I think our blue player is in a solid lead here. after pushing back this failed tower rush. Got archery range coming up as well to counter the spearmen. What do we have here? Only a barracks. Alright, well, spearmen will be enough to deal with these scouts for now. Low. Oh, but we have the spearmen coming in too. That's another dead villager. So it's actually not that hard to get to the stone. So this is, it's basically, overall it's a team game tournament, but this the second point is decided by a mini set of 1v1s, best of 3. This is the first game here, and it will be a different members of the teams up against each other in the next games. What do I see coming forward here? Alright, archer and a skirmisher. We'll deal with the spearmen easily, and more scouts. Well, this wood is the main thing to hit. Let's see, more villagers going down here. Well, that's the spearman. You like the purple wall and the blue wall. Alright. Let's see. Here these scouts are still causing damage. And this is already, it's already over, I would say. I don't see how purple can win this after losing this much. Well, I guess what the unexpected thing that purple tried is because all the stone is locked away in these trees, no one would expect a tower rush. So you need stone for towers, but the tower rush ran into a wall and didn't succeed in actually getting any towers up. Yeah, I mean, alright, try it again, but I don't see how this is going to work either. That, with a market you can buy stone. Where'd the I guess you have enough stone. You start with 200 stone. Then you need a market if you want to build more towers. Well, let's see how this works out. In the meantime, though, this is also a thing, with all the wood being denied. When this tower goes down, that might be it at that point. So that goes down, all of these villagers go down. The gold is secure. Meanwhile here, this wood is not safe at all. Yeah, that's GG. So it was a bold strategy to try a tower rush on a map where stone is so difficult to get, but it did not work out. Might have worked if I hadn't run into a wall, perhaps. Yeah, that's when the villagers started dying there. So let me quickly check. Yeah, everything's still running fine. Alright, let's take a look at the next game in the set. That should be game this one, I think. 2.2 on Sonora. So this is now a different member of each team. There's a mechanism for picking the maps where each team gets to pick a map and the final one is set or something like that. I'm not going to look into detail. What matters is what we have in the end. So here we have Aztecs and Lithuanians on Sonora. And the main feature on this map is that you have this center area with the cracked terrain where it's difficult to build because there isn't that much space. But there's a lot of gold here. All of the neutral gold is here. All the relics are here. So it's definitely worth fighting over. You can also wall to that edge. We have these nice looking forests, which are kind of far away, and you start with outposts. And this outpost is conveniently scouting a boar. 3 outposts. We should start with 4 outposts. So does Red have a 4th outpost? I think not, because they're so close to the edge of the map. That's not good. Maybe they should be slightly further. Should be a bigger minimum distance. I think they're missing the 4th outpost. Alright, so we sort of backstone here. 1, 2 gold piles. Yeah. Alright, I am going to do the same thing I did for the other ones. I'm going to fast forward slightly through the Dark Age because we have a lot of games to look at. We can observe some nice deer pushing again, which is a skill I should really learn. Alright, that is just a scout who's gotten completely trapped. How are the villager situation? Roughly even. Red is clicking up. Blue is going to get loom and then click up. There is a drush queued up here. Nah, the outpost is just some free scouting intel. Helps you locate your resources faster and also helps you perhaps spot an enemy attack. It's not a big deal, but for fairness sake, should be even. Alright, so this is interesting. Blue is probably going for a fast castle here, which is why Blue has not clicked up yet and why they're building walls. Now what are they going to run into from Red? Barracks is coming up now. We don't have any on gold yet. Plenty on wood. Most of the villagers seem to be on wood right now. Alright, these walls, they're not ready yet. This drush is late, but it's at least something. Stable is coming up. These walls will be complete by the time any scouts come out. Of course, Lithuanians also have the advantage they start with extra food, so it's easier to get to feudal age quickly. But yeah, with this many villagers, our blue player is going for a fast castle. They're going to run under the town center and lose all their militia. Oh, those are some decent quick walls, though. They're now trapped here, but they're also trapped with villagers. I mean, this is ultimately, this just needs to delay enough so that Blue can get to Castle Age. Or be on the way to Castle Age. Ideally, it would kill some villagers too, which it hasn't. Or cause more idle time, which it also hasn't. this is fully walled,
Speaking.
yes. Until the berries that are part of the wall are fully gathered. So what are we on? We're on 30 villagers. We should be clicking up soon. Alright, yeah, that's making sure that this doesn't cause an opening. These scouts are coming in now. There is a barracks. It would be possible to make spearmen, or just to wall behind. Is the outpost? The outpost is not the weak spot you want to go for. Ooh, I see towers. We're going for towers again. Lots of towers in all of these games. That's just a palisade. We'll get up though. This might be enough to stall because blue's now on the way to feudal. And we'll click on blue. Well, they're not close to Castle Age yet. Hopefully they will be. Meanwhile, do we have any additional? We don't have any additional scouts coming out. Alright, so this... You don't have much wood. This one is relatively safe. And the rest is further out. So we're gonna see if red breaks in somewhere. Alright, so that's an opening. Although really the scouts could just keep bashing up on that too. Alright, we see the quick walls coming in, we see an outpost coming in. Quick walls are sufficient for now. Although, alright, there's the defensive tower. Blue isn't on the way to Castle Age yet. They're not close to it. Red is not producing anything right now. Also not good. They have lots of villagers on... Well, I guess for the towers, that makes sense. Alright, market. So that's going to be for Castle Age. Possibly to buy the way up as well. Alright, there's a tower on the berries. Not many berries left, though. The tower does help secure that this will be opened. Well, this villager is going to go down. These are all idle. This wood is still safe. That will be a place for another tower. You can't keep building houses to quick wall everything if you don't have wood, although blue does have wood. Blue clicks up to Castle Age. Now red does need to do some damage here. Ooh. Well, hopefully you're having fun looking at that stuff. Dare say I haven't messed around in Unity. Let's see, tower coming up here. Well, that wood is now fully denied. Is she gonna go down? Ooh, she survives. Just about. Has red not seen? Ah, red hasn't seen this. Well, the red is going to break in here as well. Now, blue says GG because no military, and all these villagers,
Kaisi,
many of them are about to die.
Speaking.
So we see this was a successful. What was scouts into towers? So and it's also all of the militia had managed to achieve nothing. That was part of the problem. So now if we go to replays, we have one more in this set, if I understand this correctly. Aztecs, Lithuanians, we just saw that. This should be game 2.3 though, yeah. So that's the final one of this mini best of 3. Is this not the same? Wait. Did I think I messed up. Whoops. I must have played this one just now. So then Aztecs, Lithuanians? Oh, did they have a restart? Maybe they had a restart. 2.3. Game 2.2. Or I just... Let's try this one. Oh, I didn't know you could double click on them. No, they must have had a restart. That's why I put those other 2 games in there. Alright, well that's fine. We can continue with the main series. So now we need game number 3. That's this one. That one's another map pack game, so we'll have to see what map it is. Okay, that's al Samim. Let's get everything. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Wait, a force field, grass which gets blown by wind. Water, 3D, person, camera, move. All those are all useful things, yes, that can be used again. Alright, let's take a look. So, this was once again, they didn't know which map they would get here. This was just random. And players have to make a bit of a choice. Do they immediately settle down, or do they try to head to the nearest woodpile? Which is probably the smarter choice. Oh, and we have the Gaia Raiders here, attacking the caravan. Alright, and this player put their town center on stone and has gone extra far back. I guess they didn't find any wood immediately. Would have been there or there, but they wanted to be really, really safe. Alright. Let's see. So players have a camel, which is sort of more standard scout. Oh, best map ever. Very nice. Compliment accepted. And they have the caravan, which is slower, has a bigger line of sight though, and it's usually used to push deer. No, there's no laming allowed, so you just leave goats like this. You should be leaving them where they are. You should be leaving them where they are. Unless they're your own ones. Unless they're close to you when you start. Alright, we're gonna go a bit faster again. So actually it is a relatively safe start because your wood is protected by the town center at the beginning. That's a mill. another camel running past the bandit encampment. Alright, so we see some generous walls around the gold here. And our first player is clicking up to Feudal Age, red here. Getting enough food for Feudal Age, though, is dependent on using your berries, wherever they happen to be, and also on pushing gear, otherwise you'll be somewhat delayed, or be forced to make farms. Alright, and we see purple is heading up as well to Feudal Age. We see red is already heavily on gold, which suggests to me that we're going to see some archers once the barracks is built, because that's a prerequisite for building an archery range. Aha. Yeah. I see a lot of villagers migrating to tower this, I think. I mean, currently they're still stone miners. You don't mine that much stone. Actually, they're a bit early. Or going all the way to tower this. They're seeing a lot of towers. Archers coming out there. I did not know that the cart can hide behind trees like that. Where are these villagers going? They're going to tower this wood. No, they're going to tower the stone. Use that as a point from which to build further towers. Alright, we'll build lumber camp here just to have one for extra efficiency. Archers are in those, so all of these food villagers are running back to the town center. There's not much in the way of berries left though, so that's not a big issue. Towers are going up. This outpost is late. I mean, there's nothing to spot that isn't already shooting arrows at your villagers. Although I guess to keep an eye on the villager movements. Alright, we see a defensive tower there. We see these archers looking around, although they're not going to find rich pickings anywhere. Do we see any other aggression? No. So we've got a couple garrisoned in here. 4, and they're all going to help finish this one now. Alright, and now villagers are a decent defense against towers. Unless you wall in the tower or repair it just in time, or fight with your own villagers. Archers. Ooh. This tower's on 3 hit points. It goes down. That's just to check to see if this is being gathered, although you can't scan with foundations like that anymore, I think. Hello. Meanwhile, over here, this is a scary number of archers. And everything... Well, most of these farms are actually protected by the town center, but there's no easy access to gold like this, and we're seeing a defensive tower here too. And yellow has made it to the castle age. With these walls, we should be seeing probably some knights coming out right about now. This tower war is continuing. These archers and spearmen haven't found this stone here, which is what they were probably looking for. Ah, tower's still alive. Knights are coming in. Archers are going around here. We're still not finding anything to pick off, but this is getting oversaturated. Alright, the knights are going to help clear out the towers. Or pick off the villagers as they attempt to quick wall in the towers. That's most of the villagers down except ones in this tower, the one in this tower. While green is in the castle age, what does green have to offer? I see a knight. Alright, we see knights as well, but they're not in the battlefield just yet. Alright, so these knights are going to go forward. These archers are going home and they're going to get upgraded in Castle Age. Probably because there were some skirmishers here, I was guessing. Where did our mystery knights go? They're here. How upgraded are they? Completely upgraded for Castle Age. They're gonna dive here. The stone. Alright, defensive tower on the stone. The gold villagers are dying. The farmers are dying. What do we see? See new town center on new wood here. And also next to some deer. This is a battle that green can't take right now. Even with the reinforcements, they can't take that. Meanwhile, alright, red is still working on Castle Age. This card is just being used to be a nuisance, basically, to these archers. Alright, so... what is this doing here? I don't know why that villager is there. I do like these nice round bases. We should be seeing a lot of crossbows very shortly. That is a scary number of crossbows right there. From our Chinese player. How is this a thing here? With one villager? Don't build a mining camp there. Meanwhile, blue is... well, in serious trouble. Because blue has no military. Stealing the gold indeed. Oh, the tower went down. Alright, blue is just entirely dead except for their town center. Camels are a good choice. Oh, blue is gonna run into the Gaia raiding units. And now green is going to run into the Gaia units. Let's see. Well, the market is still there to steal gold with. Alright. What do we have to defend against this? Nothing currently. Hoping for Castle Age. Alright, we now have the counter tower warfare happening here. Blue just has no military. And no military production buildings. The towers did not achieve enough for that to be viable. Oh, and there's a hole here. The knights are in here too. They're running out again. Crossbows are here. Once again, I think our warm-colored team has basically won this. Because green doesn't have... Green has 2 military. This is... Look at the military difference. This is the issue here. Can't win without any military. Unless you can stall more and then quickly get out a lot of military. This, of course, if it has a very lucky shot, can wipe out a bunch, but... Meanwhile, there's just a slaughter happening. And these knights might even pick off the Mangonel before it's able to do anything. 1 for 1, but... That's very much over. Probably once these town centers go down, teal and blue, it's gonna be... There's even... Green is even sending in a Mangonel, but... Too many knights here. Ah, that's GG. Also, this... Look how many towers! Look how many towers purple built. It is revenge for getting tower rushed. Alright. Alright, so we're going to go into our next set. I'm going to quickly grab a drink. So the next game... How the thing... Yeah, we have to be careful. So that was... I think this was the one we just saw. Yeah. So game 4, let's take a look at this one. Ooh, we have Thar Desert again. I feel... Is this not the game that we already watched? Did I just totally not... Something's wrong with the replays. With like the... Not with the replays themselves, but with the game giving me the wrong information. Because that's the one I wanted to have watched first, but I feel like... Like, the civilizations aren't updating. Look at this. Or is it just a fake one to make it... Nah, okay, they lost in 3 games, didn't they? And these are extra... These are fake games in here. So that it's spoiler-free who won or lost. So this will also be just the same game again. That makes sense. But since I don't care about spoilers, we're not going to watch the fake replays. We're going to go on to the next set. So, shall we watch Ink's Alarm Clocks versus Anvil A? Gotta love the team names. So that's game 1. let's go. So yeah, we're continuing our World Desert Championship Sand League games here. Get that up. So on this map, there's a fun situation. Everyone's house at the beginning. So you start with all your villagers in the middle. This fence is only 1 HP. And you can gather your goats and then chop wood. You can't go outside easily because there are predator animals. And then in the mid to late game mode, there's lots of gold in the center. Meanwhile, players don't start with any villagers out here, but they have to train them out here, where all these standard resources are. Plus, we have these little lakes with the relics and some box turtles. But I'm actually interested to see what players will do in the center. This one is called Red Sand, I believe. Let me quickly check. Yeah, it should be. So, I don't think there'll be any Dark Age aggression here, right? Do we have anyone gone for a loom or something like that? I wouldn't think so. Yeah, so we're gonna see here. Watch all these Komodo dragons roar, except they're not called Komodo dragons because those wouldn't canonically fit where this desert is located. Let's see. Alright, so we have green heading up to Feudal Age first. Let's take a look if we have any indications of what they're doing. Pushing deer. Everyone still has... Alright, so purple is trying to chop their way through. Yellow is trying to chop their way through to the rest of the villagers. Teal is chopping their way out because they've just run out. That's all the players will be doing that shortly. Ooh. Green is gonna maybe send some militia through the center, or men-at-arms. That'll be interesting. Alright, what does red have to offer, and what does green? Red is going... nothing yet. This is what I want to see though, alright. Stable in the center as well. Whoops, we've let in a Komodo dragon. Alright, basically everyone else is up to feudals shortly. Let's see, anyone made contact yet? These villagers are going to be idle until that tree is chopped. That's not ideal. I think most players probably should build a lumber camp on the inside, actually. Or I guess you could farm. I'm interested to see, though, what these scouts will do. That's what I want to see. Alright, we've got 2 now. They're going to take some damage from them. Actually, they aren't, because scouts don't aggro predator animals. Very clever. So they can just break in wherever they want. Such as over here. And it's only 1 hit HP, so bam, they're in. And these villagers can fight back, which is probably what they should do. Or they can try to quick wall, but... against just 2 scouts, I would actually just fight back, because... well, I'd probably lose them anyway. Oh, that Komodo dragon really wants to get in. Meanwhile, this is quickly being team walled. Alright, this player has gotten through. This player has not chopped through yet, but because after those scouts came in here, Red warned their teammates, who are all now taking precautions. Let's see this. I want to see this. Let's go. And there's a hole. And this farmer is dead. But here there's a palisade wall. Oh, this palisade wall does not have very many hit points. Unless some villager starts building it soon. And the palisade wall is down. These are on stand ground, now they're in. Gotta say, this is actually fun to watch. At least there's enough villagers here that they can fight 2 scouts, though. And it's true, I guess the stable isn't particularly useful for anything else until there's a hole to the outside. What do we have here? Scouts fighting there. That's walled. This villager's gone back to farm. Ooh. Got some quick walls coming up here. Just in time, it seems. Let's see. Alright, so it's interesting. So blue is walled this side. Red is walled this side. There's going to be a hole there. The teal is walled themselves. And purple is sort of walled themselves. Alright, so I think, yeah, blue went through the hole. Pick off these scouts, or at least annoy them. And I didn't see it, but these 2 guys got the kill there too. Not bad, not bad. Alright, alright. I don't know how long I'll be up tonight, but I'll probably do at least another hour. I downloaded the entire round of 32 games. It's a fair number, although with all the fake replays in there, it might be doable actually to do them all in like another 2 hours. So we'll see. Do come back. And letting a Komodo dragon in too here, that's always fun. Oh, this is definitely paying off, having built the stable on the inside. I want to see what's going on elsewhere, but actually this is probably where most of the action is happening, judging by the minimap. Well, this is a disaster for purple. And green is up to Castle Age. Extra town center coming out. So basically those few scouts cleared out this entirely. Cleared out all of these wood villagers too. I guess because purple was too busy defending against these archers. Wasn't able to deal with this at the same time, that's fair enough. This hole was plugged and has been reopened. But I think we want to watch what's happening here. These scouts are now breaking out. Ooh, this wood line looks exposed. That could be a lot of dead villagers. Yeah, that's a lot of dead villagers. You can't fight that many archers. Fight a few, but not that many. I think our cool colored team has won this. Basically. Or at least has gotten themselves a nice lead. Although if I look at the villager numbers, no, it's GG. There's nothing to deal with these archers here. Cruzini only had one boar. Well, that sucks. I did not see it because I was fast forwarding through the Dark Age. That does make things harder, though. Did manage to defend this, at least. I did like this play. That caused a lot of damage. Maybe even a game-winning amount of damage. Alright. So we're going to click through the statistics and return to our replays. Game number 2.2. Game number 2.1. That's the one I want. So this is once again the mini best of 3 1v1 set. Looks like we've got Gobi. No, we've got Atacama. Let's get this up. Alright. So this version of Atacama has these lakes in the middle with the wood, making it really hard to build around them. And it also has these unbuildable mountains on the outside, which make it harder to wall to the outside. Other than that, any noteworthy features? The resources are standard. Of course, you have only these crappy trees. Well, small tree areas, except for this area here in the middle. Also, I'm casting without small trees. I generally think it looks much nicer not to play with small trees. What have we got? So on this map we have a Khmer mirror happening on Atacama, and we're going to fast forward a bit while deer is pushed. I really do need to learn to push deer. I don't do that really ever. But I guess it is necessary to get extra food faster. Alright, so let's take stock of what we got here. Haru is going for a 15 villager feudal age. That's real fast. While Ink is going for more of a 19 villager. That's a bit more standard. I want to see what comes here. Alright, double lumber camps on the front. What have we got here? Well, Haru is much further from the central wood. Somewhat further from the central wood, I would say. Alright, so that's really early scouts. Are they going to be able to do some damage? Well, I see quick walls coming in on the wood immediately. And I guess the barracks coming up immediately too, because that will help defend. Get a few spearmen when you're... Actually, yeah, when you're in feudal. I don't know that getting up to feudal this fast is going to have been helpful. Because you don't have a great economy if you've done that. And by the time the scouts get there, Well, there'll already be a spearman out. Scouts are fast, though. They're gonna run right into the spearman. Of course, they can just keep running away, but one scout alone isn't gonna be able to do much. Take out this one. Now he's gonna run again. Alright, see the next scout coming in. And blue's now also going for scouts. Makes sense, because only scouts can keep up with scouts. Let's see. And yeah, spearman is enough to deter this for now. Villagers hunting here. And we're roughly even again. Although, well, Haru has no resources. Or Ink has no resources. Neither does Haru. So we might not be seeing Castle Age anytime soon. These lakes make it a bit tricky to wall. So yeah, proximity to the center. This kind of sucks. Yeah, this is a long distance. I mean, this isn't close either, but I would like Haru's base better, I think. Well, that's enough spearmen to really deter any scouts. And no lambing, so you can't take these. Alright. Well, we've got more scouts coming out. This is 4. Was there one more over here? That's 4 scouts again. So we have 5 scouts, and we have 7, but 7 military. I see a couple of pike spearmen here. 3 spearmen there, and then 4 scouts there. Alright, so yeah, this can take this. Although, let's check our upgrades too. No upgrades, no upgrades, because probably no one has a blacksmith. Do we have a blacksmith? We do not have a blacksmith. Ah, with the spearmen in the fight. That makes the difference. Ooh, ooh, this is a lot of villagers. But they're going to build a lumber camp. Ooh, this is a disaster. Is it? Is it? It's a lot of the villagers can help fight. They can beat up the spearmen. The scouts are here too. Wow, Blue doesn't have quite the military presence here to contest this. Needs to bring in more spearmen and more scouts. This is the place to make a fight happen. Let's select these so we can see the HP. A lot of low HP scouts. A lot of low HP villagers. Well, medium HP villagers. Alright, well, Blue has the scout numbers. They're all super low, but they can dive in here and focus on some villagers. We'll check the vill numbers in a moment after this fight is concluded. Alright. Managed to force Haru off the wood line. That's not great. There is still some wood there. That was a lot of dead villagers. And indeed, we have, what is this, like a 7-8 villager lead? And Ink will be heading up to Castle Age. How is Haru looking? Not so close to Castle Age. Alright, that's just one scout. Has anyone gotten upgrades? No, no one's bothered with the blacksmith. Oh, there is a blacksmith now. Because Khmer don't require prerequisite buildings for the next stage. I believe. What's that, Malay? No, it's Khmer, isn't it? That's why there's no barracks here, which ended up being an issue. And all of this is problematic. Or this is asking to be raided. Blue hasn't seen it though. He's just happy that he's denied that wood. See, market going here to help balance the economy. Blue is on the way to Castle Age. Oh, it's waiting with some spearmen. Scouting with some spearmen, rather. Scouts have gone home to help protect the way up to Castle Age. Alright, we'll be clicking up here shortly. Yeah. I do think... Well, Ink still has a slight villager lead, and also a significant lead on getting to Castle Age. And has a barracks, which has proven useful in this scout war. This wood line is basically empty. These spearmen are still looking around for new scouts to pick off. There are in fact no scouts because Haru has no military. And Castle Age is GG. Alright. Alright, what have we got next? That was Atacama, indeed. Oh, this thing could scroll faster, 2.1. Wait, was that not? Alright, so this was 2.1. Atacama, we want 2.2 on Jalapa. Let's load that one. Let's take a look. Ah, yes. Cruzini playing on his own map. Although he wasn't happy with the addition of these things, even if they're just cosmetic. For the aesthetics. Oh, this is cool. So, right, on this map, you in fact have no wood except a few straggler trees. On the outside, this green area, these are just rocks. However, there's this middle area with a lot of wood. And you have a sea tower to help guard your initial way there. I dare say Cetizio has the nicer relic distribution with 3 to 2. You can't wall all the way here. Yeah, and we have Mayans and Mayans.
Right.
Zini going for the early lumber camp, and so is I don't know how to pronounce it. Zezito, I'm not sure. Zezito, depends on how to pronounce the Z in this case. Zetnos or Zetnas, just depends. Alright, I am going to fast forward slightly. Alright, we see some deer pushing here. Bit of walling there. We see some scouting here. We see barracks. Alright.
Shot it.
So we've got some militia coming out here. And we have more villagers going forward to the wood. Building a second lumber camp. Do we have a second lumber camp? Not yet. We do have the drush going on though. No laming, of course. Some weird shadows here, or is that just the grass? No, it's the color correction on the shadows. That's why it looks green. Right, going for one lumber camp here. And we're gonna see what the players. So these are gonna be men-at-arms. Shortly. Well, they're going to attack while there's still militia. They're going to be walled out. It's only 2 though. You could almost fight this. Alright, they're men-at-arms now, but even that you can't fight. The tower provides... It has 8 range. But 8 range is not enough to range this. See second lumber camp going up there. So everything is going to hinge over these battles on the wood. The men-at-arms are going forward to the gold. Or going back. Does make sense, of course, to have men-at-arms against eagles. Double archery range from Trizini. We have a single archery range. And another house. How's our villager count doing? Dead even. So these men-at-arms aren't going to find a whole inn, and the archers are going to counter them well enough. Or are we going to see archers of our own? Yeah. See blacksmith going up there. Oh, the archers are out of position. That one. That's going to retreat to these. You can't garrison in the sea tower. I think though we'll see how this map plays out. I haven't seen this one played very much either. Well, I haven't seen it played in a 1v1. I've seen it played on the 3v3 setting. But basically, if you lose your slice, if you lose wood, it's over. You have to hold a slice in the center. So you need to have a certain military presence, or at least just good walling. That jaguar is going to be attacking that villager. At some point, whoops. These men-at-arms caught out of position. This is pretty low, he can go down too. And the villager count's still roughly equal. Oh, archers coming in here. Archers are the better play, probably, for taking control here. Well, for contesting wood. Simply because they can't be walled out as easily. Tower providing some protection. See a villager going down. The archers are going to try and stay out of tower range. Here, archers as well. Same deal. I guess you even just build a defensive tower on the wood immediately. That might be a sensible thing. I mean, you have the defensive sea tower, of course, but given that this is always going to be a high pressure area. Alright. Skirmishers here though. See, and we have these archers looking around, but they're not going to do much damage with the skirmishers and archers, and the eagle's still here. Alright, we're roughly very even actually in terms of everything. These archers are going to be forced away. Meanwhile, these archers were also forced away. How close is... Cuisini is not very close to Castle Age. Making skirmishers. Ooh, right. These could just... Well, actually, they might be able to be a nuisance here. It's only 2 archers, though. They can't really be a nuisance. Skirmishers here. Alright, and we're... Blue's on the way to Castle Age. That could be big. Ah, the Jaguar made it out. He's only gonna injure this woman. Alright, how's our military count looking? Roughly even. Kills to death roughly even. Villagers roughly even. Castle Age could be the decider here, unless... We'll see how this fight goes here. Zini does need to make something happen right now before all the Castle Age stuff comes in. Let's actually just switch here. Should be enough resources soon for Castle Age. But we're still queuing up more skirmishers. I guess if you're behind, having a bunch of skirmishers to defend against crossbows could be okay. Can't delay Castle Age too long though. Definitely have some more raiding. I wonder. I think actually I think the play would probably be to put a tower somewhere here, right? Alright, so we're gonna be... Red is on the way to Castle Age. Blue is in Castle Age and is gonna have crossbows momentarily and a town center on the wood. I guess that's true. If you just hold out until Castle Age, you can put a town center on the wood. And not really making use of the Castle Age advantage, besides getting an earlier town center up. These crossbows are kind of low. Alright. Sort of ring around the center here. So this wood is secure. What's the question? What do you do next? So this is wall 2. At this point you think about getting the military advantage far enough that you can castle drop the opponent's wood, maybe? There's not much space for that. Or we just get the military advantage and entirely push them off wood. And if you can just hold here or here long enough to deny your opponent wood for, say, a minute or two, there's probably nothing they can do. Oh, we see a town center coming up as well. That makes sense. Town center will make it up. Both players in Castle Age now. Continuing to get castle age upgrades. I mean, overall, pretty even again. Our blue player is ahead in villagers slightly by virtue of having built a second TC earlier. Slightly behind militarily. Let's see, alright. So we have another town center coming up here, which is going to be discovered if these crossbows keep retreating in this direction. Although we won't be enough left to go so. This is the second 1v1. Unless they were misnumbered. Well, the second one's going in this matchup. Alright, so we see the third town center going up here as well. New bunch of crossbows here, getting a lot of good picks. Blue still slightly has villager lead. Town centers on the wood holding up well. The advantage, of course, if you're close to home, is always you reinforce, so you eventually win the fights because you'll have superior numbers. There is the hill advantage to consider. This, though, is death by not having enough numbers. Next round coming out here, more picks. We're mostly even, though, again. Rest of the map doesn't really come into play because there are no neutral resources in 1v1. So essentially this area doesn't matter very much. These central areas where the players built their town centers on the wood, those are everything. See a bit of micro there, but these crossbows, they were downhill a bit, I think. And more villagers going down here. See, those are going to go down. These are raiding again. Villager count is mostly even. Is that because I don't think Crazini's been getting villager picks recently. Maybe he's just been doing a better job of keeping the town centers active. So it's interesting. This is a very even matchup so far. Ha! Random crossbowman. Let's check the upgrades on these archers. Crossbowmen. +1/+1.
Shot it.
So we have
Shot it.
same upgrades, but we have leather archer armor coming in, which will help. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if ballistics came in for Crazini. I saw it come in. They probably both have it at this point. How many ranges do we have? We have 3 ranges here. At some point there's got to be an eagle switch, right? Well, this is also 3 range production. Yeah. Alright, Siege Workshop coming out, so that's a development. That will help, well, it helps against archers, basically, and also to push the town center. So we're going to have to see either eagles or defensive TC against that. And We have Imp. Imp on the way. Krazini could go to Imp quickly. Soon. He's probably going to be working on villager counts, but... Also see stone being mined here. Stone being mined here. I guess we'll see some castles as well, like on each side could be interesting, or to attempt to drop. This wasn't a good fight for Kuzimi. See, this lake here makes it... You can't build a new lumber camp on the lake, so that makes it a bit inefficient there. Kuzimi not quite having the military here. And I see the eagle switch coming in. I heard a mangonel. I don't know where it is. Oh no, that was the palisades being deleted. But we have barracks galore coming up. And that... Alright, we have a mangonel siege workshop here as well. Makes sense.
Tabish.
That fight... Once again... Well, microing up the hill, but it was enough. Now though, we see the eagle switch, eagle upgrades coming in quickly. Rini clicks up as well. I'm surprised at how long this game goes. I thought someone just loses control of the wood entirely in feudal and is screwed. Also, none of the players going for fish. They could, but these are only shore fish, which fishing boats do not gather quickly. Alright, the eagles... Not enough of them to be useful just yet. But I see many barracks worth of eagle production. And what's the answer to that? We see a lot of barracks coming up as well. I guess this is a mirror. Defensive mangonels there. This siege workshop didn't actually see that much use. Maybe that was just to click up to imp. Yeah. I don't think... Didn't see anything come out of that. Alright, defensive castle coming up. Eagles coming in. More eagles coming in. This, with the castle here, is probably a fight that the eagles can't take just yet. Although they do have a lot of pierce armor. They're gonna go down. Villager count's still very even. The eagle's getting in some buildings. Do we see a castle here? No. We see a fourth town center. I don't know when that one came up. It looks like it came up recently. And we see GG. So that is the eagles here in the wood line. And the town center is not enough. That's the thing. You need wood control on this map. And these eagles aren't in a position to deny it. Maybe this castle here somewhere on the wood could have been better. On the other hand, if you put the castle here, then your farms and gold are all in trouble. Yeah, and that's just, it's the faster eagle switch by getting to him. So now let's take a look at, yeah, see, very even. Game number 3 in this mini-series, if it's not just a fake upload, which I don't know. let's see. This is game 1. This is game 2.2. This is game 2.1. This is game 2.3. Load replay. This is, in fact, a fake upload. Yeah. If I kept better track of which teams were, what the points were in these series, then I wouldn't have to do this. But if I had cap trade to do it for me. Alright, let's find game number 3 is what we should be looking for next. This seems to be game 5. This seems to be game 4. This seems to be game 3. So let's load this one. Ooh, this is a double TC start. This is Taklamakan. This should be fun to watch. So on this map, players start with 2 town centers, 4 yurts at each, 4 outposts at each. Or more than 4 outposts, like 2, 3, I think 6 outposts at each maybe. A bit hard to tell because they're so clumped together. I could count, but might as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 for each town center, but since they're so close, or reasonably close, it's hard to tell. Am I gonna? I think I won't fast forward through this just because a double TC start could be fun too. If we just look at the fog of war, right? Players can see their neighbors, basically. Actually, well, we're gonna have some scout fights. This was once again, so we have Franks, Ethiopians, Sudanese, Britons. What is BRG? Bulgari? Burgundians. Yeah, that makes sense. Chinese. Let's fast forward through Dark Age. Let's do that. Much as it would be fun to look at all the silliness happening with having to manage 2 town centers. You also get 2 scouts. I don't think there's going to be that much exciting stuff happening at the very beginning. 2 scouts is enough to consider being a pest and trying to pick off some villagers. Let's go forward a bit more. So first to feudal will be green. We see a lot of straggler tree chopping here. And we see a lot of, if you group up your whole team of scouts, that's enough to do some damage. It's 4 scouts. I mean, that's the scout rush right there. You don't even need to be in feudal age for it. Although, mind you, of course, these scouts do get extra attack. I think it's +2 attack in feudal, right? If I recall correctly. Let's find someone who's still in Dark Age. Does Red still have any scouts? No. There's actually tricky to do this because there's so much on the map already It's hard to know where to focus. I wonder if Cumans would be allowed to build a third town center on such a map. Maybe not. I don't know how that is applied. The starting stats still getting good value. Yeah, excellent value. TeamSpeak is dead. Alright, that sucks. Like, I don't even know what to look at. There's so many bases. So much to manage. I guess try to see where some aggression's happening. Well, that's basically died down. Oh, there's something happening here. Alright, noticing just in time? Yeah, just in time. What do we have happening here? We have scouts coming in here. And we have purple is in the Castle Age. Everyone else is on the way to Castle Age. So I guess because you have so many villagers to start with, or the ability to expand your economy so quickly, things do well, the economies expand quickly, meaning that you quickly get to Castle Age. Third town center. Ooh, that hole was not patched up in time. Alright, spearmen chasing here. We have a long wall going like this. Wall. No walls. Oh, no, it looks like cool colors team has walled both of their flanks. Pocket is unwalled, but it's also up to Castle Age producing lights. Where are we going to see the big engagements, though? It's just so much on the map. Don't even know. Castle Age coming in for everyone. Just about, yeah. Where are we going to see the big engagements? That's just an outpost. I mean, this is not fully walled, right? But these knights are coming home. Can aggression really... by the time the crossbowmen get there, this town center is well on its way to being complete. So the crossbowmen look for other pickings. And they're going to find this would be a good place to pick off villagers. Or just here. Ooh. Well, that's going to be a couple dead villagers until the knights come in. How are the upgrades on the knights? Some extra armor. The knights will clean this. Meanwhile, on the rest of the minimap, I do see something here. That looks like an archer battle happening. Well, this... The advantage of being in a corner, only one knight can attack at once. Alright, what have we got here? Burgundian Cavaliers. That's scary if you to see Cavaliers. They're not that much better than Knights, but those Burgundian ones aren't in Castle Age, but it is scary to see them. I also see a bunch of crossbows here. These villagers are running. They're still being chased. Alright, we have a quick stone gate, which is a good choice to limit the losses, clean up this. Meanwhile, over here, I see a large amount of knights. This strategic hill here, though, is being occupied. Wait, I saw some. That was just a scout. Right. Well, okay, so this is more of a typical team game thing, because so far all of the other set that we saw, that was a lot of towers and not that much of typical archers and knights. Some of it, but not as much. This is what you typically see in team games, as I understand it. Where the pocket goes for cavalry and the flanks go for archers. Or something along those lines. That goes down. Well, we're going to see a big engagement here because we have upgraded cavalier. Yeah, we're going to see a fight here. These crossbowmen have no upgrades. Well, they have range. They don't have any armor upgrades, at least. They do have the attack upgrades, which matter more, although these have full upgrades. Imperial! Teal is an Imperial Age. Alright. And we have the Cavaliers dive. This is going to be the engagement. Besides, how are we doing? I see Green shouldn't win this one, even if he's supporting. But I think the fact that this fight is happening under the town center isn't great for these crossbowmen. The Cavaliers win, but there are not many of them left. Enough to go raiding, though. Meanwhile, here we see arbalests. That's a scary sight. How are we doing on numbers there? 35 to 44. These should have an extra range. How are we doing? The Cavaliers have withdrawn. Getting ready for another push. Alright, so we've got a 1v1 here with an archer battle. Who's going up to Imp now? Blue and teal. And yellow. These arbalests are in a nice hill position to raid from. Red is withdrawing for now. On this side, that's an engagement before. Blue is attempting to take this hill because yellow has pulled all the Cavaliers to help deal with the arbalests. So we should see a large engagement here. We see a lot of villagers going down here. There's wolves. Alright, so that's a decent surround. These should all go down. But at the same time, because there are no Cavaliers here, the knights have free reign to run around. So that's cleaned. Next army is ready though. Meanwhile over here, blue and green are pushing. More players are reaching imp now. But red is not pushed up. These aren't many. These are still spearmen. Spearmen. Defensive castle coming in. Or is that an offensive castle? That is an offensive castle. That could be a game-deciding castle. See a ram there. Mangonel. Well, so far the castle's not going to be built until these knights get off the foundation. But we have the next wave of arbalests. We have a castle coming up here. This castle, though, this is making a statement. We have rams that are going to push in. And I don't see... We have Paladin coming in. Paladin's going to take a while. Well, these are going to be Cavaliers soon. Castle is up. Got a defensive one coming on here, but I don't think purple and yellow have what it takes to stop this push. Even if they wait until Paladin comes in here, I don't see how that's going to work. Meanwhile, over here, red is losing this exchange and is not on Imperial Age yet, so these Arbalests are just going to have a field day here. Meanwhile, siege rams going for the castle. And I do not see enough. Well, okay, actually, Cavaliers could take out the rams. But you already don't want a fight like this happening in your base. Purple is. Yeah. And that's all the Cavaliers dead. Castle's still up, but we also have, which I wasn't watching, but as I said would happen, these Arbalests probably caused a lot of damage. So I believe the set is over and the last two are going to be fake uploads again here. We're going to take a quick look anyway, just to double check, but I do think that's the case. It would also explain the weird order of the uploads. Like this is game 4. And also the duplicate civs. Like this is, it's always the same civs. So I'm going to load this one quickly, but it's... Yeah. So that was the second set. Am I gonna do another one? I feel like I could. We did Check and Kartoffel Crew, Inks, Alarm Clocks, and Anvil. We could do PL and Cumin Nature. I could do that. Alright, well, I need a short break. Let me just put up an overlay. I think maybe I'll do one more set. And let me give you some music too while I take my short break. let's do another set. Let's do another set. So next up, we would have, PL, that's probably Poland versus Human Nature. And we'll just start with game one right there. Let me quickly check how many sets overall I would have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So I'll see how late it is after we finish this one. Ideally, I'd get 4 of them done today, and then we can do 4 tomorrow or whenever I do them next. But I don't know. We'll see. See how I'm feeling after these. So game number 1 is on the map pack. Let's go. And it looks like we have Al Samim again. Put that up, put that up. Alright, this player is deciding to build a town center immediately. Just because that's faster than looking for a good place. This player is going for the wood. This player is still looking. This player is still looking. Ooh, that's not good. That player's on the wood. Player's on wood. And this player is on wood. This player found some wood finally. So that's a bit of the trade-off that I wanted to do with this Nomad Stardust too. Players, if they want, because they have everything together, they could build the town center immediately, but it might be worth to waste, 15 seconds to find a good place where you can secure wood. But if you wanna be very fast about it, this is the way to do it. So Franks, Ethiopians, Britons on both teams. I guess might just be meta for team games, something along those lines. I'm going to fast forward through the Dark Age like we've been doing for all of these. Once again we see the caravan pushing deer. Ooh, this encampment is protruding into the Salt Lake area. Let's go down. No one's in Dark Age yet. Lots of pings and flares, but I'll continue. Alright, so we have purple and yellow will be reaching feudal first. Alright, so let's take a look. Archery range, stable. Meanwhile, because it's... Actually, wait, they're not. They're on the same team, of course. Sorry. These two players, now that I look at it, ended up quite close together, leaving their ally over here separated out a bit. So let's see. I was clicking on here. We've got some scouts that should be coming in. We'll see where they go immediately. We have this deer running away because it was too close to the neutral Gaia units. And where are we going to see any action happening? That is the question. Gold. Lots of pings here. Alright, scouting with both caravans. Alright, the scouts are going to go here. They are not upgraded, so they don't want to take that fight just yet. Now you've got archers coming in as well. Archers to deal with spearmen. Meanwhile, over here, we have archers. Double archery range. Double archery range. Because this is Britons versus Britons. Well, they could just have their Britons mirror while we look at this stuff. These villagers are forced to run away. But they're going to get blocked by the cart and the scouts and the archers, and none of them are going to make it home. So that's going to put Teal behind on the villager count. Meanwhile, I don't really see, what does Teal have as military? Nothing. I have a barracks. They're relying on these scouts from Green Player to help support. Meanwhile, we see a defensive tower on the gold, because you need gold to continue archer production. Tower is going to go up at some cost. 2 villagers, I think, went down there, but now some archers might go down, or at least take damage. This gold has just been scouted, so these archers are going to be sitting there soon. And Teal still does not have any answer at all other than relying on their ally. I mean, there is gold further out. There isn't any real close by. Looks like this Britain's mirror is going on. But I think Teal... Oh, Teal is still in Dark Age. I didn't see that. Oh, no. Oh, no. That explains things. Oh, no. Did they... I guess some lost villagers there. Early aggression. Oh, no. Well... They're on the way to feudal now, but... I was wondering... I guess... Oh, because they couldn't get the berries at all. Didn't want to risk it or was too exposed. So that's GG. Yeah, Teal didn't get their berries. And lost something there too, I think. I just didn't have the food for feudal. Made it to feudal now, but now it's gonna be GG, right? Yeah. Oh. Alright, let's take a look at game number 2.1. That's our mini set of 3 again on Jalapo. Load replay. Alright, someone was housed immediately. That says to me that we have some Mayans. We have Mayans and Spanish. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Fun matchup. Just because of the... Actually, Incas and Spanish would make more sense, or Aztecs and Spanish. The Mayans were sort of not really a major force anymore by the time the Spanish came to Central America. This is Jalapo, where all the wood is in the center. The outside has nothing. And, well, it has all your gold and stone. There's also nothing in the way of neutral resources on 1v1, other than the wood in the center. This sea tower is supposed to guard your initial lumber camp, but that's sort of what you expect it to be. This one is not going to be able to range very much at all. I dare say that's not as useful as a sea tower could be. Certainly not an insurmountable difficulty, but it is interesting here because there's no fear of laming. Players can actually push their deer before even bothering to scout for all their llamas.
Tabish.
Same here. So yeah, the last time we saw this map, it was very even. We had a Mayan's mirror. And of course, what's going to be very important is keeping control of of a slice of wood. Because if that wood gets denied, you have maybe 1,000 wood worth of straggler trees on your entire side. Maybe a bit, maybe more than 1,000, but it's not much wood. Does that tree have 101 wood? Well, that's interesting. Or are they supposed to have 101? Okay, maybe that's a special thing here, that the ones around the towns. Why do they have 101? I'm gonna have to ask about that. Yeah, this is sort of a protrusion here. That's a particularly exposed woodline. It's going to be more work to wall and easier to range with archers. Alright, let's speed up a bit. Who shall we watch? Watch that. Watch that. I heard a barracks go up. Don't see anyone training anything from the barracks. Ah, that was a militia. Yeah. Oh, for one. Is that? I guess that's true. I mean, it was probably to distinguish these trees from these. Maybe, I don't know. This is the type of play I expected here. Towers. Now these towers are, well, the actual wood line is here, but having seen the barracks, this is where the first tower goes up. Take out the Jaguar, alright. I guess it's a stepping stool for towering the wood line. Yeah, that's what I expected to see more of, or at least to see defensive towers on the wood. But ooh, we're seeing offensive villagers here. 100 wood is the normal amount. 101 is just, I don't know, I've asked Krasinha why he did that. Anyway, hello everyone. Have fun watching. Ooh, milling the shorefish. That's not a bad idea. Of course, it means that the berries remain unmilled. You have to do mid anyway. Alright, we have a villager war here. And wait, why do these villagers have... Oh, that's just loom, isn't it? Yeah, that's just loom. 'Cause we don't have Incas here. These barracks get stabbed down. Milling the shorefish, though, might actually be good because villagers gather from any sort of fish much faster than they do from berries. Let's check over here. Only 2 on wood. Heck of a lot on stone. So this is an all-in tower rush, right? That's not many on wood, though. Is 3 lumberjacks enough? I think this might be over quickly when this tower rush fails out. Or peters out. I think as though you have to, absolutely have to deal with it somehow because this center is really your only source of wood. Yeah, you can chop these and villagers will do one more trip to get the extra 1 wood, but that doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Alright, we see some After the first one got knifed down, we see some palisades here this time. We also have archers here. How's our villager count looking? Even enough. Fletching coming in on the archers. The wood isn't being denied, though. That's the real problem, right? There's plenty of room to retreat and put lumber camps further back. Like, despite all these towers, the wood line is long enough. That this just isn't denying wood. Yeah, okay, it makes stragglers as such are only inefficient because they're not close to a lumber camp or the town center, but they're not that far from the town center. But it means that the villager goes one more time, chops the one wood, and then looks for a new tree. I mean, some of these archers could also just go here, here, or just sit around here. I don't see what red has as a follow-up, though. That's the thing here. Whoop. Walls. We can do a bit of scouting. This is blue scouting, red scouting. Well, red sees a lumber camp. Red does not see the second lumber camp. Red does have a defensive tower. Yeah, this is what I thought would make sense in general, even just on non-tower rush setups. Put down a tower on your own wood line to deal with archers that are surely going to come in. Because you absolutely need to keep control of wood somehow. This is already a problem because these are all in murder holes range, i.e. not being shot at right now. Here we have... Red doesn't have enough villagers. Oh, this one's almost up even, but this many villagers will keep this tower repaired. At this point, blue is far ahead in villagers. Like, one or two defensive towers, I would say make a lot of sense. Or even one, and then you just wall around it to chase off archers. This tower is doing nothing. I mean, yeah, it denied some swordfish. And also pushed the lumberjacks further this way, but there's enough wood line to retreat to unless you push from both sides. Similarly, these villagers, I believe, tried to build a second tower, died. Alright, we see more villagers going up here. Going to retake the wood line. This tower stalemate has petered out for now. But 40 to 28 villagers. Well, when blue makes its castle age, this is probably over. Alright, that's secure again. Alright, so there was no GG here, but, I mean, it was. Red's tower rush failed. And red is significantly behind at this point. So that was probably just the end. Alright. Have a good night. If you want to watch... Well, I'll do the rest of this set. I might do one more. I don't know. It's getting late. There will be the VOD, and I will try and cast the rest. The others probably on another day. $12 to 12. Huh. That means that there must have been a lot of idle time, given that we saw such a big villager difference. Yeah, look at that. So, game number 2.2 is on Atacama again, so we'll load that. Let's peek at this Atacama generation. Alright. Forward stone, forward gold. Also kind of exposed gold. All the gold is forward for this. Or non-euro. There we go. All the resources are forward-ish. And same thing here though, so stone is a bit more secure, but the gold very forward for Kiwi as well. So we should be seeing lots of aggression. Also, of course, all the wood is in the center, with these lakes here that make it even harder to build lumber camps there. So we'll see. I'm going to fast forward a bit while we look at some scouting happening. So we have Mayans and Japanese in this matchup. Nice not to have a mirror. I think in this setup though, Mayans probably have the edge over Japanese. Just because archers and beat infantry. We'll see. Depends, of course, on what you go for. Alright, so our red player is the first one to click up. Still has plenty of llamas there. Went for a lumber camp on a small wood line to begin because this is pretty far forward and exposed. Second lumber camp there. Teal has, well, it gets cheaper lumber camps actually. It's Japanese, right? Yeah, that stone is hiding in some bushes, almost-ish. Alright, let's see what we get in Feudal Age. Alright, so I see a drush. It's gonna be feudal men-at-arms there. We see some attempt to wall around this lake. Maybe all the way over here? Interesting. The tricky map to wall. Alright, archery range. Well, that's what you'd expect from Mayans, yeah. The militia are going forward. Will they become men-at-arms by the time they arrive? Yes. They're going to run into archers. Ooh, no, okay, lost the scout to the town center, it looks like. That's not ideal. I guess I do miss that type of stuff, of course, if I'm speeding through the Dark Age. These men-at-arms... Ooh, double archery range. They're gonna have to look to find some place to do damage quickly. We see skirmishers coming out, though, from Teal. Makes sense. I mean, I suppose even if they force a bunch of quick walls and some idle time, that's something. Meanwhile, yeah, we see the skirmishers coming forward now. Alright, well, now the men-at-arms are doing some work. They got a kill there. And they're buying time for the skirmishers to arrive. We already see defensive skirmishers against what? I guess maybe the archery range was scouted. Let me quickly check something. Alright, at this point the men-at-arms are low and the skirmishers are low too. We have more skirmishers coming in from both sides. And more archers too from red. This is interesting. Yeah, so at this point this is just some feudal skirmishes. I see red is training eagles, or an eagle, that will help against skirmishers. Meanwhile, teal is going for wheelbarrow, and whatever this is, which is a skirmisher too. I mean, teal can just make new men-at-arms again to help deal with the eagles. Eagles will be able to raid, possibly. These houses could be placed possibly in a more useful manner, but maybe this was just some panic houses. Alright, let's see. The skirmisher is going for the wood line. Skirmishers do not very much damage to anything that's not an archer. These skirmishers are retreating to be able to push this back. Alright, and they're gonna push back here. Let's see, so red is not gone for this center wood yet. It's just relying on these small wood lines. While teal is going exclusively, well, has been going exclusively for the center wood, is now relying on the small ones because there seems to be a little niche here that's convenient for ranging this wood line. How are we looking on villager counts? Red is slightly ahead, but has significantly more military. Could take this fight. Probably just mix in a few eagles, right? And I see a scout. And we're alright, so teal is gonna really switch into scouts, so going for the scout armor. Cavalry armor. Because this red's cleaning this right now. Scouts in here. As with the last map, keeping control of some wood is important. Here you have a few more options though to retreat to. How many scouts? Only 2 here. Well, it's not GG just yet. The villager count is even enough. I don't think this is... Got a watchtower on the wood to keep that secure. That being said, the scouts, even with the armor, I guess they're a bit of a meat shield. They can help draw skirmisher fire, although these are just scouts and skirmishers as a combo. Yeah, here the scout is not being useful. Well, red is slowly pulling ahead, and is also on the way to Castle Age. And this is once again no GG in the chat. Maybe it just didn't save it properly in the thing. But why? Who called it? Did something... I mean, I don't see a specific reason why this is GG for teal. Did red lose all their military? No, the military is there, so maybe this is a drop or something. Or this is really a GG because, I don't know, I don't see why this is GG. But I actually don't see why this is GG. Can I tell? I can tell on the score screen, right? We'll do that. Most valuable player, winner. I do not see a winner. So this was a drop? It doesn't say who's a winner. This is a replay. You could check on Wikipedia who won this specific set. Or I can see if there is... mine's Japanese 2.3. Is this the same game or is this the restore? Well, let's load this and take a look. No, this is just a fake replay in there to avoid spoiling me. I don't know. I think that was a premature GG, shall we say. Should I quickly check who actually won that? That was... Let me quickly check. Or who is recorded as having won that. Right, let's see. So Sand League, Doobadoo. What was the name of this team? That was Kuma Nature. Scroll. Where are they? El Noniro won, so the Japanese player resigned. I don't think that was a resigning position, but there you go. Or I don't know. I don't know why. So let's take a look at game 3. That is on the map pack again. Like, whoops. Whoops, I accidentally resigned. Fog of War. Score. And we are on... Ooh, I don't... Oyunaga. I don't know the pronunciation. I know the name of the map, how it's written, but it's from the map pack. On this one, you sort of have this central oasis that has islands with some extra gold and some relics. And also the players start super close to each other on the center. This outside area is relatively unimportant, except for providing elevation bonuses. And the corners have a lot of hunt, although in the main event games, I didn't see the corners being exploited at all, really. So maybe we'll see that in some of these Sand League games. That could be interesting. I see some zebra pushing. Are we going to see any really early aggression? Probably not. This is a pretty forward gold for teal. And this is also a pretty exposed gold for teal. Let's take a look at this side. And here we have purple and... I don't even know whose gold this is. Probably blues. Or it's also purples. You start with a big 4-4. Yeah, it's 7-4-4 the standard, right? So I think this is blues up there, maybe. It must be. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Alright, let's fast forward a bit, since we aren't doing this live. Ooh, I heard a dock. There's a dock. There's some scout fighting. There's a dock. Is anyone else docking? So we have the flank? No, we have the pockets are docking. That makes potential sense. Or everyone's docking on the cool colored team. And only the pocket is docking here. Interesting. The question is always on this map, how much does the water actually matter? There is a decent amount of fish, but it is all shore fish, which fishing ships gather slowly. Actually, it's not all shore fish, there's also perch. Also, ships can really range farm space and potentially even the town center. Alright, so... Oh. I see a dead villager. And a dead scout. Although, maybe that was worth it for getting the villager. Meanwhile, we have several players on the way to Feudal Age. Purple will be the first. Already building the barracks. And we'll have green next. Green is already just keeping their dock. And who will be next after that? Yellow. Building a barracks. Red is not building anything. Alright, so let's see. This gold... Here, I'm interested to see what will happen now. Okay, double archery range for purple. And, well, these are places where archers can be useful. Behind that wood line, for example. I see these are going to build a lumber camp there. They're gonna get ranged by archers in a moment. On this side we have forward barracks, defensive barracks. Alright, archery ranges have been spotted. I question putting a lumber camp forward like that, especially when you don't have military. There is also wood further back that might be safer. Once again, no one is going for the corners, so I think that perhaps just didn't work out as a thing that players would actually want to go for. It's probably too much walking time. Also, you have a lot of food available at home, especially if you do fishing too. Although, I don't know. Well, okay, no, this is a map pack game, so players couldn't just pick Mongols and then build a mill in the corner. Because their civilizations are just set up for any type of map that they might get. That being said, we have Mongols from purple. You also need map knowledge, of course, to even know to go for the corners. Quickly check on this side. We have archery range, and that's... You can dock block this as well if you really want to wall far. Rear wall. I wonder, do you think any of the players have scouted the corners? They were probably all too busy scouting each other and trying to pick off villagers. Shall we quickly check? Let's do it. Guy has scouted the corners. Nope. 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 No. I don't think anyone did. Sorry. Alright, well that's a scary amount of scouts, but they're at home chasing this army. Which is also scary because it's a bunch of archers too. Meanwhile over here we have archers running around the wood line, and they're gonna pressure that area momentarily. Got some scouts sitting here. They're waiting for the next push there. Yeah, here they go. Teal has skirmishers here though. Meanwhile on this fight, green is... well, green is gonna lose to the archers after yellow's lost all their scouts. So at this point, it's hard to say we'll win that. Red withdrawing here because they don't have enough skirmishers. Oh, actually both players trying to get the high ground, rather. Next wave of scouts coming in here. Is anyone going after castle? Nope. No one is doing anything in terms of water military. Probably because they're all too strained in their economies. Alright, this is cleared out at some cost. But, like a fire galley, maybe? Like one fire galley could easily... well, I guess you just... you'd provoke a counter fire galley, but... might make sense just to open up another front of attack. And these farmers here are in trouble. See another one going down? Alright, Spearman's in now, but probably another farmer will go down. No, they're going for the Spearman. That also makes sense. Now for the farmer. So, green just lost quite a few villagers. Meanwhile here, these archers, ooh, oh, I see a lot of gold miners. A lot of dead gold miners. And we have yellow researching Castle Age as the Magyars. That's why they won. For scouts, that makes sense. So this was GG because... well... because of the way this fight went. And the losses earlier. Yeah, there are actually a bunch of people are in the Sand League. It didn't, of course those matches don't get as much publicity, but that's why I thought I'd cast all of these. There are a lot of nice names here. I think, sad that no one goes for these. Probably you'd have to give players less than their standard, like no deer or something like that, and only one boar. No deer. You could probably get away with no deer easily. Just to encourage these things to actually be slightly useful. Maybe even just one boar. Ooh, 23 kills there. Yeah, those are those villagers. We saw that happen. There is no vision in the corners. I quickly checked through, and no one had scouted them either. So, I mean, possibly no one, because this was a map and it was randomed, it's possible that the players just didn't do that much research and didn't know all the possible things that could come out of the map pack, or didn't recognize it, or just decided that the corners aren't worth it. But none of them even bothered to scout there. So it could have been a lot of free food for some player who, you know, sent 5 villagers and a mill to build a mill there, but no one did that. And no vision there. Otherwise, that would make it a lot riskier to build in the corners as well, of course. Agro Oasis. So I believe basically at this point, these are just duplicates again, yeah, because it was a 3-0. Well, given that you're here watching, and I did want to see if I could do 4 sets today, so we did that one. We did this one. Let's do this one here. Let's do HYMC versus Brother in Arms. Yeah. Let's do that one. USAF, KGB, oh, so many games. But yeah, let's do another set. So the first one is going to be on the map pack again. We'll load that and see what we get. Ooh. I have not seen this played at all. Yeah, there's some that didn't get randomed in the main event. Like I feel like this one didn't come at all, or I didn't watch any of them that it was on. So this is Arctic Circle. That's right. There we go. And the feature / gimmick here is, well, the gimmick is the penguins. They're just low attack. They're just there for decoration. And there were in fact penguins about 200 years ago, still in the Arctic even. But the gimmick is that all of this ice here is, first of all, villagers can walk on it, and second of all, they can dock it. So you can go and basically go ice fishing by building mills all over the place, or docks, I'd say. Makes sense. And there are 2 bodies of water. There's one on the inside, one on the outside. Someone just pinged the penguins. Very nice. Anything else I need to talk about here? Everything else is pretty standard. No berries. Probably no boar as well. But you have a lot of fish that you can collect, so that's not a big deal. These are your sheep. Yeah, all of the ice is walkable. You can tell in the minimap too, actually, because it's all light blue, so it's not water. It's it's masked with water terrain, but that's just to make it look nice. All of this is walkable. You could dock wall to the edge of the map, probably, although this part here might not be buildable. I'm not 100% sure about that. Possibly all of it even is, and you could just go dock. We'll see if anyone tries that. Alright, so let's take a look. Has anyone gone... this lady is going fishing. Alright, let's speed up a bit until we see either someone going for feudal or someone... So, yeah, building a dock. I think you can build them anywhere, though. I'm pretty sure you can. We'll see if anyone does that. Or maybe you can build them on any of these bits of ice. So you can build them here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and so on. I thought you could build them even in the middle of it, but maybe players are just too used to be building on shores. I could also imagine that being the case. Definitely worth doing, though, because villagers gathering from fish are the fastest source of food, or almost fastest, maybe behind hunt. I don't remember exactly, but up there with hunt. Considerably faster than berries or farms or sheep. Ooh, someone's making a fishing ship. That's red. Well, fair enough. I mean, you have a great fish there. Yep, so this is this is the map pack. So basically we have the typical Mayans, Persians, Ethiopians. That looks pretty typical. We have Mayans, Mongolians, Berbers. Wait, they picked the weird colors for their teams, didn't they? Yeah, they didn't. That's not good. They didn't follow the coloring scheme. So actually the teams are green, purple, blue, and teal, red, yellow. I need to watch that. It doesn't matter on this map, but there are other maps where then either the map would just be totally broken or the purple and teal players would be on the wrong side of the map. Which, here it makes no difference on this one, thankfully. Glad though that we random this because I hadn't seen this one at all being played. Alright, so yeah, so basically players just pick either just the meta civs or pick ones that are good on hybrid maps and hope for the best. Well, so far, who has actually walked over the water? I mean, once you send a scout there, you realize it. Uh-oh, someone just froze. This is the Arctic Circle. I guess it makes sense that there were some freezes. Alright, that's one villager down there. See some extensive walls here from blue. Feudal, 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 feudal for everyone. So the other thing, of course, you could do instead of docking here, if you know that you can walk on the water, you can just dock there. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, you don't need to... Let's see if anyone really builds a dock just in the middle of the ice. So far, no one has. The other thing we could look at is if players decide to go for ships. They could, but they don't have to. Demos, maybe? Just send a demo. Well, there's not that much there. Send a demo into that. So also, if we look at it like this, the pockets have gone for the center. No, that's not true. We have pocket and flank on the center, and teal hasn't built any docks at all. Interesting. Oh, there's a fire galley. Oh, we're building another dock here. So yeah, you can just send, spearmen to take out fishing ships. Because spearmen even have a bonus. I don't know if they have a bonus versus fishing ships. Versus ships, they do. Guess that applies to fishing ships as well. I wonder if heated shot helps you take down fishing ships faster too. Let's see. Yeah, you have to be Remember that it's basically it's this side versus this side. Alright, that will be walled probably. Check here, that's down. Oh, it will not be walled. That villager is gonna almost go down.
Shot it.
But that's enough to defend this. See scouts coming back here to attack Teal. Or just to dive in on the villagers, or to run away. Indeed. Now you could certainly demo someone's fish or someone's fisherwoman. And if enough players run across the shallows, definitely. Purple just made these fire galleys, but hasn't really... Oh no, they did. I guess they cleared out the fish from yellow. Ooh, and we have archers behind the wood line here. That's true, actually. That's probably what would happen first. Players will try to take out the fishing ships. And then once they're on the ice, you could send the demo rafts, yeah. Fishing ships don't have any. Oh, they do have pierce armor. So actually, raiding them with archers isn't that great. You can do it, of course. But all of the ships have pretty good pierce armor. You want to actually attack them with melee units. Or these... No, these are Mayan fishing ships. They don't... It's nothing special. But now, this is when you need a demo, right there. 20 archers down. Not 20, but... Yeah, there are a lot of hidden bonuses actually at work with fish attacks. With ship attacks. Against each other. Ooh, the fire galley has the same amount of armor as a fishing ship, but it has more hit points. But this is when you need a demo here, actually. And not the fire galleys. Well, look at this army here standing on the ice. Ooh, we need to look. We're looking at purple. Where's purple training? There we go. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I'm totally missing out the rest of the action, but this is where the action's happening. Let's go. Oh boy. Ah, it's not gonna work. They're gonna stand on safety. Aw, dang. Well, oh, the gather point was here. I should probably watch all these archers running around. There's really something important happening somewhere. So where did the demo raft? It's just gonna sit there, okay. Ah, the classic lengthwise gate. Very sad. That could have been a lot of archers taking a lot of damage. Archer fights there, there. So that, blue won that one. Teal is still in here with, I guess those were some towers or something. I'll try and keep an eye out for stuff happening on the sea, but right now I think we only have 3 players on, well, basically only one team is even bothering with water right now. because red has not produced anything on water anymore. Yellow is also stopped. Teal never was on water. Let's see, what have we got here? Crossbowmen. Ooh, a bunch of farmers running away. And a bunch of lumberjacks that are going to lead these archers to the farmers. Let's see. So do the fishing ships correspond to a villager lead? Yes, I would say. Yes. Basically, that's why there's such a big villager lead. Probably. That dock is being burned down. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, no. That's a lot of knights that have broken in. And that is GG here. That is why, guys, you go for the vast amounts of fish. Oh, Teal did build a dock at some point. Just now, it seems. A bit too late. That is why you go for the vast amounts of fish on the outside of the map. Or the inside. With villagers, ideally. Not with fishing ships. It's fun to see this played, though, and there's definitely more potential for things that could be done. True. True. The first player to actually really build a dock that... Or maybe this one wasn't on the coast, too. Most of them just said, alright, this is the coast, let's build a dock on the coast. If you open up the scenario editor, I'm pretty sure, though, you can just build a dock wherever there's no fish. Yeah, both of them have like one tile offset. Alright, let's click through these. Well, yeah, these pushes here. This looks like a big squeeze. So that was the map pack, wasn't it? So game number 2 is... Alright. We are doing HYMC. Alright. Enjoy your meal. I'm gonna finish this specific matchup between these two teams, because that will leave us 4 more round of 32 games if I want to do another set of casting tomorrow or later this week, maybe. So that would be a good halfway point. I need to find game 2. This, I think, is game 2.3, 2.2, and 2.1. So do enjoy your meal and keep watching if you want to. Atacama again. I guess these I think in this set they can pick the first 2 maps at least. So you see players pick the map that they think they know, and then they realize, oh no, this version of Atacama has little lakes breaking up the wood line. These little lakes. But we have seen Atacama a couple times already. Anything super noteworthy here? This player has all their stone forward. Also, there are 3 piles of stone, which is interesting. That's more than usual. Or more than Arabia. More than the standard amount. I mean, because players are so close to the edge, all the resources tend to be sort of forward here. Also here, there's basically nothing that's really back. Maybe the berries. Also, I would argue blue is considerably closer to the central wood than red. And then red has these crappy lakes. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to fast forward a bit. Watch someone push deer, maybe? If anyone wants to. This player doesn't want to. Alright. Well, red has still gone for... Red is gonna grab another deer. Red has gone for a crappy lumber camp here. Blue has gone for a close one on the small woodlines. Alright, we see some more deer being pushed in. With some success. Alright, we see the drush coming in. Does blue know where to send their drush? Yes. They scouted that, and they scouted the quick walls, so where are they gonna go? Somewhere around here. They're still looking for what to hit with a scout. Makes sense. Or I guess it could attack the palisades, but there's probably better stuff to do. Or not. On the other hand, if you have a 1 HP palisade, that is not a protection against the drush. This is when you fight with your villagers. Actually, this is when you say, dang it, why didn't I finish building this palisade? Red is on the way to feudal, though. Well, blue is not, and might be going for a faster castle age, possibly. Oh, I didn't actually introduce the civs. We have Mayans and Khmer. Remember, because this is a chosen map, they have to pick civs from the civ pool. And Mayans and Khmer are in the civ pool. I do like that idea because it encourages diversity. So you get to see a lot of civilizations. Also, because they're trying to make these different deserts in the world, of course. That being said, you have to then still put civilizations in places where they weren't, because otherwise Atacama would just be Incas and Spanish. Maybe Portuguese. Not really, though. Portuguese were in Brazil. Alright, I'm seeing a lumber camp there. That is a forward lumber camp. Maybe with the intention of building towers. Do I see villagers on stone? No. Alright. And we have Khmer going straight into scouts without a barracks. We actually saw that in the Khmer mirror earlier today. And that was interesting because one of the players built a barracks and the other one didn't. And in the endless scout fights that ensued, the player who had the barracks had a pretty big advantage there with their spearmen. And I think they ended up winning too. Don't want to attribute it specifically to that, but that is a situation where it does help to have a barracks. In this specific case, though, there will not be scouts coming from the Mayan player. So that's less of an issue until you want to make the swordsman line against eagles, which will happen in the late game, possibly. Alright, both players have walled in their wood. Or their forward wood, at least. Fair amount of quick walls here. But also some exposed villagers. If red bothers to look over there. Meanwhile here, they just stopped attacking for no particular reason. Probably for a reason that I didn't see. Scouts are running around. Have they not? Red must know where the woodline is, right? Yeah. I would expect that. Oh, this palisade's not going to go down anytime soon. Let's see here. This woodline is depleted. These villagers would have been exposed if the scouts had gone that way. This palisade is likely never going to go down. Alright, so we now see skirmishers to deal with. Spearmen. And I guess the militia too. Not going to be very effective against the militia. We have archers coming forward to take out these villagers. Red is getting wood here though too. Alright, 2 skirmishers, that's not enough yet. And the eagle is going to go for those with its high pierce armor. High enough to only take 1 damage per shot. Actually, the militia also take 1 damage per shot unless skirmishers do bonus damage to militia, which they do not. Alright, so red has been forced off the wood here. Red still has 1 burrow over there, so it's not a big issue, but... Oh, Khmer's can garrison in house. You know what? A house there. That would have been a good idea. Do Khmer villagers heal when garrisoned in the house? I do not know. Probably. Maybe. And if you want more questions on that line, where the answer is probably no, can Khmer villagers garrison in allies' houses, or can allied villagers garrison in Khmer houses? I think the answer to both of those is no. The healing, though, they might. That I'd have to actually check. Alright, so the skirmishers here, they're not going to be very effective against villagers if they wanted to go for that. Right now they want to engage the army, though. I'm seeing Castle Age for our Mayan player here. And our red player here has no gold. Doesn't even have a gold mining camp yet. Decent Khmer food economy, but is not very close to Castle Age. Let's see. Skirmishers aren't going to be super effective against the eagles. Oh, villagers going forward as well. Don't know if that's a misclick, maybe not. Maybe they're going to build a tower. Oh, there's a tower here. Defensive tower, that makes sense. Or maybe they're extra wood villagers, that would also make sense. Or they're just building other barracks for reasons. Eagle switch happening now to deal with all the skirmishers. Actually, no, they were extra lumberjacks, ultimately. Eagles are going to go down for now, but Castle Age is in. And Eagle Warrior and extra armor are coming in, and more eagles. Red is not close to Castle Age at all. And also doesn't really have a good opportunity to deal damage here. Skirmishers and scouts aren't going to deal that much damage. Gonna need an answer to the eagles, and I'm not seeing it right now. Alright. The Khmer food economy is kicking in, though. Castle Age will be coming in a moment. GG. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because still not in Castle Age. And these skirmishers aren't going to be very useful here. So that was game 2.1. Let us take a peek at game 2.2 on Outback / Simpson Desert. GG indeed. I might have forgotten to click through the stats there. I'm sorry if I did that. But this map we haven't seen yet in today, so I can explain in a bit. You start with this hunting wolf that has modified stats. Bottom line is it has a pretty low attack versus villagers, but you're supposed to use it to lure boar. It's about the right speed. And the spearman can be used as a scout, but it's also there that you can use it to attack the enemy hunting wolf. Which is what's happening here. So this is a map also where if you don't know the mechanics, the center is revealed, of course, but if you don't know the mechanics, it's still... you could still be very confused at the beginning. Also because you don't have a boar here. You have to go get that boar. Or those boars. I really seem to recall a certain restart here when the Hera's team of unprepared pros got this map. They took their first round pretty easy, but they were completely unprepared for everything. Alright, so the wolf also is faster when it attacks. Ooh, it's going for a double lure. Triple lure? Ooh! Alright, I want to see this. One of them is de-aggroed, two of them are de-aggroed, all of them are de-aggroed. Well, that was a big fail. Well, let's put this up again. I think... is blue just gonna give up? I mean, blue has gotten no boar. They still have deer right now. And berries. But... and sheep, but... poor blue. The wolf does regenerate hit points slowly. Blue has failed to steal any boar from the center yet. Oh, now trying with the spearman. That's not a good idea. Oh, now purple's going for the double lure. Showing how it's done here. Well, this is the most entertaining Dark Age so far, I'd say. Alright, now we're gonna... Alright, one of them has decided, nope, I'm not following that wolf. Poor blue. I think, though, also in Outback Rumble, when this map originally premiered with this mechanic, it took a while for players to learn how to do it properly. Like this thing, first of all, the fact that the wolf can sprint with waypoints or when it attacks, that's important. Other than that, you don't really need to do anything particularly special, but it just takes a bit of practice, I think. I mean, I've never played it myself, I've watched it. So let's see, blue will probably succeed there for once. Meanwhile, blue is trying to block the boar here. I want to see if this works out. Probably... yeah, okay. Boar. So, in the end, blue got one boar. And milled the berries. Fair enough. I need to get your food somewhere. While purple also milled the berries, but got, I don't know, 4 boar or so, and is somehow behind in score for reasons unknown to me. Ah, that's why. Blue has no food. And has had to build farms here to keep up food production. There is actually plenty of food in the way of ostriches as well. With regular wolves, though, guarding them. It's a cool gimmick. Okay, hasn't scouted the enemy yet, so it's going to do that now. Makes sense. Poor blue, though, is going to be late to feudal for lack of food. The difference here is right. No farms required. There's still 5 deer sitting here. And here we have 6 farms already. And we were able to invest the wood in walls. Alright, clicking up to feudal now. Let's see, so... yeah, purple's getting walls in. Wolf has healed fully again. It doesn't do very much damage to villagers, though. Intentionally, so that it doesn't... can't be used in that way. Looks like purple is going for a greedy something or another. I'm not sure what right now. Greedy, just walls at the moment. Blue, seeing that purple made to feudal, is now walling in everything just to be safe. But sorry. But the hunting wolf will have seen no military production buildings, right? Will have not. Yeah, is still looking. Didn't see the barracks either. Alright, there goes a stable, which blue did see. So the quick walls were the right choice. Now let's take a quick look on purple's side again. Has purple seen... Purple has not even found... Where's the hunting wolf for purple? Maybe he lost it. No, it's over there. Haha! Haha! What elo are these players? Go check. This... I don't know off the top of my head, sorry. Because this is not a live game, these are recorded games from the World Desert Championship Sand League. I couldn't say. I don't recognize the players, but that doesn't mean much. Alright, we see more spearmen coming forward to deal with... well, to chase the wolf, I guess, but... and the hunting wolf goes down. And we get to see spearmen fighting here. And it's Franks and Magyars, so we should see lots of cav, but I guess that's why we're seeing preemptive spearmen. I don't remember. You'd have to check. Well, purple is full walled. Sending out forward more spearmen for reasons. To pick off any non-existent scouts, I suppose.
Cafe.
Both players are just going spearmen. I don't know, I've never seen that. Villager counts are still even. I just find that funny that both players... Alright, there's an archery range. Yes, the Magyar archery range. Both players just went spearmen expecting scouts. I mean, purple got a huge amount of boars, while blue got one boar. That being said, they're clicking up to Castle Age at the same time. So blue has definitely managed, it still has the same villager numbers, making it up to Castle Age at the same time. $1,900 though. It's not bad. Alright. Spearmen are very bad at killing each other. Let's see, alright, so we've got a second stable coming up here. It looks like we are going to see Frank Knights. Meanwhile... Alright, one scout. Meanwhile, I'm seeing triple archery range from Magyars. Let's see here. That's just the spearmen having their time. I also think I saw fletching earlier, so we might be seeing... Might even be seeing cav archers, although you don't need triple archery range for that. Maybe you do. Oh, well, I guess you do. Triple archery range cav archers. Let's go. While we see double stable knights, triple stable knights. So possibly, maybe AR is actually the slightly stronger player, given... That's true, Cav Archers are actually pretty slow to produce. Given that he was able to recover having a severe boar disadvantage. And end up essentially even. Alright, so we see second TC, we do see the triple archery range Cav Archers. Meanwhile, we see the Knights gathering here. Second TC... We do not see a second TC over here yet. Oh, okay, that doesn't matter. Well... The Knights have their defense upgrades, the Cav Archers have their attack upgrades, and... This is going to be the engagement, probably. Although, they're not going to get in. It's not enough to get in, and it's also not enough to take these knights, actually. Alright, we see husbandry. That makes sense. Alright. Monastery. Do we have any monks yet? We don't have any monks yet to convert the knights. Alright, we should see blue pulling ahead in villager counts. These? Third TC, yeah. While purple is staying on 1 TC for the moment. What is this? Alright, now there's the next one. Makes sense. Our military numbers even, though it's Cav Archers require basically you need a certain threshold, and at that point, especially when you can say one shot or two shot, whatever unit you're up against, that's a good position to be in. Got the monk. Second TC going up. Overall, pretty passive here in feudal and early castle age. I mean, we can do some quick math. Knights have 120 hit points, 4 pierce armor. Cav archers do 8 attack, which means they'll only do 4 damage. And you can calculate how many times 4 goes into 120. Well, yeah, that's quite a few times. 30 shots, I think. So if you have 30 cav archers, it would take 1 shot. And I currently see 16 cav archers, so that would be 2 shots to take out a knight if all of them focus on 1. If my back of the envelope math is correct. They're running away though right now. Although there are more knights just than the cav archers, period. So they can't take this fight. What else? 3 monks and a significant villager advantage. Now that might be what makes the difference ultimately. If these cav archers can run away long enough that the village or different spirals out of control.
Game
26 cav archers. Let's see, and this is 28 knights and an ostrich. That is also true. When you lose numbers during the engagement, of course, then suddenly you don't have the critical mass that you need anymore. That's always true. Like any small advantage spirals or compounds itself would be the proper way to describe that. Alright, so we do the third TC here. AR-12 is still ahead in villager counts and in score at this point. But both players are kind of content to build up their numbers. And I guess if you're just going to be hitting and running with the cav archers, you can skip getting the armor. Or if you haven't built a blacksmith, there must be a blacksmith, yeah. But as long as you're not going to get hit yourself, at the point where you want to be near the TC though, then you might want some pierce armor. Alright. Attack has come in on the knights. Oh, and we see skirmishers as the answer to the cav archers. And I guess, well, that's 2 relics right there, probably. Might as well use the monks if they're just standing around. And that, maybe a converted knight? Interesting. Alright, so let's see. 37 cav archers. Knights are moving in as well. Alright, second stable, so it looks like blue's gonna be adding probably some knights as well. Yeah. Both players have been sitting on a lot of army without engaging, and they're both on 3 TCs at this point, but well, let's see how this engagement goes. Purple was much later to get the second and third, especially third TC up. and basically loses all the knight numbers under the TC. I mean, we were waiting for this engagement. Earlier, the knights could have cleaned the cav archers, but at this point, this was a lot of cav archers on the hill, with a few monks that got some conversions, and fighting under the TC. So that is GG. Good job for AR12 actually coming back from basically losing all of the boars here except for one. Probably should have seen an earlier attack, especially with when staying on 1-2-C, that is correct. Well, you can see here where the lead started paying off. We have a game 2.3, but that looks to be just a fake because the same team won games 1 and 2 on this subset here. No, yeah, you're correct. You can, I mean, you can make up for it later on, but then you have to go more than 3 TCs. You could, if you want to catch up economically again. Well, let's take a look at game number 3, which is on the map pack. Is this the right? Yes. Yes, I'm. Wait, am I doing C or B? I was going from the bottom. I was doing C. So I don't want to look for a B game. I want to look for another C game. I want this one here on the map pack. Is that correct? Let me quickly check. I feel like these aren't the same players. No, because I was looking at C. Yeah, that makes sense. Just want to double check. I'm not seeing this player versus... Something's weird here. Wait. Game 3. This should be the one. Tor. No, this is correct. Yeah, I'll slow this one. There we go. Ooh, we have Taklama Khan again. So this came from the map pack 2. Alright, so this is a double TC start. And I'm noticing here that once again the players messed up the colors, which I don't think matters on this map. Let's see, we have blue, orange, and green versus yellow, purple, and gray. But what I'm already noticing right here is that the gray player has sort of a TC that's pretty central, while the orange one has one sort of behind it. That's interesting. Also, with all of these outposts, you have a decent starting line of sight. My goodness, this map I never know what to look at actually, because there's just so much going on with the double TC starts. Are they going to group up their scouts somewhere? No laming, but these are the same team members, so that's fine. We can send sheep to each other. Actually, I wonder about that. No slinging, but I guess you could you could sling by sending an ally your sheep. That's not slinging. Ha. Fun stuff. Alright, let's accelerate slightly. I do want to watch, though, if we see a bunch of scouts grouping up. Right now I see a bunch of scouts standing idle. At this point, just auto-scout, honestly. If you're just going to leave your scouts standing there, you should auto-scout. Or maybe they're just there to watch for... to check for, I don't know, a rush, but... No. You should... At that point, you might as well auto-scout. Although if you do auto-scout, then you end up with situations like this, where the two scouts follow each other around, which is less than ideal for actually scouting the map quickly. Yeah, this is classic auto-scout behavior. What you probably want to do actually in this situation is you send one of the scouts to auto-scout, and you manually scout with the other one. If you don't have the skill to control both. Or you keep them grouped up both manually and try to pick up villagers by 2v1ing some villagers. These are on the same team, these players. So this scout going to the corner. Let's take a look. Let's stop looking at scouts. Anything else? The interesting thing here is that you get pretty high villager counts very quickly because of the double town center start. I suppose farming very early just because it's safer than going for the berries. Alright, we see wall here. Ooh, that's going to be a point of conflict, or a point of a tower. So blue is doing a decent job walling there. Let's check over here. Orange is trying to do some walls. Yellow is also walling. Purple is getting some walls up. And everyone's heading to feudal now, so we'll have to watch what happens. Although because you do have two town centers, it's hard to take a decisive hit this early. Of course there are areas that are exposed, like wood and gold, but there is plenty of safe farming space at least. That's one down. Now the scout is kind of low. And these scouts are coming. What are we seeing? So green and purple are going immediately to the castle age. That would be the pocket on each side. I'm also seeing orange click up to castle age. Well, basically we've been seeing lots of castle age. Because at this point you already have, well, 50 villager economy. Alright, so yeah, we've got stables coming in. This TC is not doing very much. Alright, the stables are coming in over here. When we saw this the first time today, basically it ended up being an accelerated, sort of a actually pretty typical archers and knights situation with the pockets going for cavalry, the flanks going for archers. That went basically into Imperial until one team won some fights decisively. I guess because you have such a big economy, there isn't that much time to make things happen in feudal because everyone gets to castle. No matter how much damage you manage to do. Although this is making good use of a single scout inside the walls. That lady might now she's walled herself in. Alright. So let's take a look. Archers and skirmishers here. What have we got? That's just a scout. This is pretty fully walled. Alright, so yeah, Grey isn't walled all the way around, but these two players are. Going for stone here. This is going to be a point of conflict just because of the fact that this Grey town center is so far inward while the orange one is behind it. And of course there's gold right in the middle. It's going to be tricky to contest. Seeing knights coming in to the same location. Quickly check over here, siege workshop and so on to push through this. Let's focus on this side though. Let's check here again. Well, this is where the fronts are going to be. Alright. How are we doing here? The problem for Grey is that this whole thing is happening under their town center, which means lots of idle time and sheep rotting away, farms not being farmed. Let's see, so these villagers are going somewhere else. Let's check over here, that's just a town center being built. We have knights going around here. Alright, castle on the hill here, where the siege workshop is here. Let's see. Oh, this is a useful position to hold, because you can essentially contest all of this area. Take out the siege workshop in short order. That's unfortunate, but let's take a look on this side. Grey has control of their town again. I see green knights running amok. That's true. Orange does have a large distance there. Well, purple is a very compact town. Green. Orange though does. You're right about that. And Grey sort of has the disadvantage of being very far forward. Oh dear. Alright, we see more green knights coming in. They're going to make another hole there. Castle's cleared out the siege workshop. So blue has a good position here from which to push this town center. Meanwhile, looks like purple will get the upper hand in this fight. And we have blue heading to imp already. And Gray has only 49 villagers. Looks like a lot of villagers must have died recently or just over the course of this time in this area. And Gray is also not producing anything right now. That could also be part of the problem. So I think we can tell which team is going to end up on top here. See, is there a difference in upgrades here? The Lithuanian player might have some relics, a relic, and or just got both of the upgrades. Although there are certainly relics conveniently close. I don't see a monastery. There's one. No flags on it though. So, Imp is in. Are we gonna see? We're seeing Trebs. So this castle is gonna be short-lived. This is a scary amount of crossbows. And Grey actually doesn't really have enough military to deal with anything. As is close to GG, I think. Just because our southern team here is losing on both fronts. And hasn't really pushed in anywhere. Like, you could send knights in here, but not if you lost all your knights. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm getting things mixed up. But nevertheless, I do think the southern team is in trouble here. Ah, that's where the knights are. That means they're not over here. So this town center is down. Okay, we've got a new castle coming up there. We have a new castle that's not coming up here because there are too many arbalests in the way. Well, yellow has a second town to fall back to, but yellow's dying. Gray's been stabilized, but has not enough military and isn't keeping up villager production. Still only on 65 villagers. Alright, purple is trying to make something happen here. It's a good idea. But at the same time, the green knights are also making something happen here. Ooh, yellow. Yellow is in serious trouble. Did somehow get the castle up, but the castle's gonna go down. All of this eco is lost. All of this is lost. And purple is unable to help because purple is raiding over here. Problem is, yellow has only this military. Not enough to deal with all of this. And Gray's gonna have a castle there to deal with. Meanwhile, we see orange is going to imp. Yeah. Well, I guess purple's trying to make something happen here. But both of purple's teammates are in poor shape. This has not been dealt with. This is GG. there's raiding going on, but nah, I don't see. Yeah, there we go. That is GG. Or HH, if you hit the wrong key. All right. So that was on Taklamakan, was it not? It was this one. This looks to be the same game and the same game. All right, so we are done with this set. That leaves us with this set here of HYMB versus Mellow. And then we have USAF versus Indefinidos, and KGBB versus NCB, and IKEA Arena versus Plateau. I think, though, yeah, I mean, if you're very close to reaching the next stage, you always wait to get there before saying GG, right? Or you can. I think, though, I'm going to call it a night today, and we will look at the other sets later this week. I'll post in the World Desert Championship Discord again when I do that, probably. And do check out the main event and donate to the charity for saving trees and all that stuff. But yeah, there's lots of fun stuff to look at. And yeah, I will try to cast the rest of these when I have time later this week. Thanks for joining in. And we'll see you next time. And I have an overlay somewhere if I can get to it. Bam! Overlay. Overlay is a bit too small, isn't it? Anyway, have a good night.